And yeah, that is not acceptable. We need to, I don't know actually what we were doing. I'm sorry. We encountered a jar. The jar wanted fire. So we're kind of on that track. And then we've just started off. So we need to go on a killing spree. Things need to die. Yeah. So we talked to the jar. The jar was like, hey, I need light so that I can see what's going on. Because I can't see. So let's go get him some light. And you know what? We'll play with... Oh, gosh. With that get you stuff.
Flares!
Survivors!
Hurry!
I always laugh when games do stuff like this where they're like, ooh, hurry! And then there's absolutely no, like, encouragement. There's no rush to action.
This will be useful.
Ooh, burning shot. Okay. So, normally, what we've been doing so far is every time we've been gaining something, it goes on to lovely Lady Luna. However, we got burning shots. And burning shots is something I actually really like on Gustav. Because on Gustav, I ended up using my guns a whole lot on him. And I feel like this is, like, just smart in general. So we're going to go ahead and equip burning shots to him. So that finally, number one, he's got something, right? Finally. And he gets 2% crit chance off of it. So it's not really a whole lot. You know, I guess we could maybe use it instead of augmented attack if I really wanted to go super ham on her having all the crit chance. However, him having crit chance is not bad. And the 20% chance to burn on free aim shots, I'm going to be using his guns a lot more than I'm ever using her guns, right? Her AP is, like, in my opinion, stupid valuable. So yeah, we're going to equip that. I'm not sure how amazing guns feel in this game yet. They're like, it's one of those, it feels great into flying enemies, but unless they're flying, it does not feel great a lot of the time. I will be using them quite a bit because I do like some of the aspects of how I built Gustav. Quickly down there.
Interesting.
Dead energy, 3 AP on kills. So, as much as I love this augmented attack, especially on Luna, dead energy is actually going to be really good for her, especially because we have a 9% crit chance on it. And I would rather the crit chance than the extra damage on her auto attack, because I'm relying a lot more on her damage than anything. So we'll give that to Monsieur Gustav. And that's something I think this game does really, really well. Like, your ability to move equipment around very, very quickly and, like, seamlessly. It's wonderful. It will get eventually more charged. So again, as long as we hit these guys with shots, we're fine. And then we'll just use our auto attack so that we get the first strike off. Alright, here's a great example. We have 2 flying enemies. So we're first going to make sure both their crystals are burst. This guy's burning, so I'm going to actually leave him go for the moment. And the reason I'm going to leave him go for the moment is that because he's burning, I have a lot less to worry about. Little boy on the ground. I actually don't know what he's weak to, so let's figure it out.
Right!
It is not
I'll
Earth,
do it.
but our Earth spell ironically hit the flyer of all. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Ooh, we got a new weapon. So this is another way that the game, in my opinion, incentivizes you to go around and kill everything. But here we have a different item. Now, here's where things get a little weird. So Lunar Rim has scaling off of Vitality and Luck at the moment. And Lighter Rim has scaling off of Defense and Agility. This is where things are going to be a little awkward because one of these items, you know, like this has a higher base damage by 6, right? Its power is 41, whereas the power on Lunar Rim is only 35. However, the scaling that we're going to be getting, both from like luck and then eventually vitality, because it's not like I'm going to ignore vitality entirely, is going to be a lot better than the defense and agility, because I'm not putting into both of these stats at the moment. What's really cool about Lighter Rim is that it is a fire base. So if you're somebody who's like, ooh, I really like the fire mechanic in this game, I really like the burning, this could be an amazing weapon for you, because eventually we get the ability to level up our weapons. At the moment, though, since neither weapon is augmented, and right now Lunar Rim's actually going to do more, in my opinion, probably the way that I have things set up. So we're going to stick on Lunar Rim for right now, and we will eventually switch, I would imagine. We're going to go into the bridge. We have another Color of Lumina. Enemy that wants to get wrecked. Okay, my dog's done. Alright. Here we have a good variety of enemies, right? We have Soldier, we have Little Dude, which I actually don't even know for what he's weak. However, flyers can be kind of long, so we're going to take out the flyer first. Soldier, I do know that he is weak to ice, so instead what we will do is we're going to focus on Little Boy. Little Boy, I do believe, is actually resistant to physical damage. So here we are seeing he's absorbing a whole lot of...
Take cover!
So on that spell, it's a ground quake attack, and what's nice is that it's like a 3-hit, right? So it's like bump, 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 and that's when we need to counter it, is right as it hits us. If you're ever not sure on how to counter things, probably the best thing you can do is start off
We could light
dodging.
something with this.
And as you see the word perfect, that is what you're going to focus on. Every time you perfect dodge something, that is your time. Every time you hear or see perfect show up for your dodges, that is your timing. That is your, hey, you did this right. That is the parry window.
This will be useful.
Ooh, an extra revive tint. I don't remember which side we came down again. That's the way we want to go. So we're going to hold off on that for the moment. We want to make sure... We want to make certain that we... Yeah, this. Again, our goal here is eradication. Every Nevron that we kill so once we have one of these burning, it's like once to get one home, it's pretty guaranteed that we've gotten. That guy's not weak to ice, but he dies to ice. Awesome. Alright, so on the right hand side, Gustav hit level 5. As well as his augmented attack is now shareable between both. Now, the reason that this actually matters is that I actually just needed him to be level 5. Because now that he's level 5, I can take off Dodger, since I'm not actively dodging things. And I would much rather him have an increased critical chance on burning targets. Now, at the very beginning here, that's just kind of like a free 25%, because most of the time we're going to be setting things on fire no matter what. Coffee, you're so good to me. And right now, we haven't learned his Pictos of augmented attack. But even when we do learn augmented attack, I only have 4 Lumina points down in the lower right-hand corner in that blue. And then up here in the upper left, when we're looking at augmented attack, it takes 7. So until I'm level 7, I'm unfortunately not going to be able to equip that on all my characters.
Nice.
And it gets a lot easier as the game goes on. So don't think like, oh wow, you need to have 7 levels. You're gonna have to be like level 100 to equip everything. No. Yes and no, to be honest. The file that I stopped playing on, I hit like level like 33 or 34. You have an all attack for me. Let's just get this.
A storm is coming.
And let's go ahead and get into that Earth. And I'm using Earth here because I know that it's going by hitting. Alright, wonderful. So she hits level 5 here. And her dead energy that she's equipped hit our Lumina level.
This will be useful.
I love the concept of like where you find a lot of dead bodies. Like sometimes they're just like strewn about everywhere. But then I also love this of like, hey, they were in a cave, right? They were in this very defensive position. And they clearly just got like overwhelmed. This game's ability to like tell the story with dead bodies, this to me is what great storytelling is. Yeah, there's times you're just running around and you get to that random corner of the map. Like I think there was a body over here, right? One of the treasures that we picked up had a dead body like right next to where you grabbed the item. And that makes sense, right? Like, oh, like, you're taking it off of one of your fallen brothers. I love this. All right, we're good here. I do want to just show this off, though, so I'm going to go into Lumina. So we now have dead energy. Dead energy is actually, in my opinion, very, very good, especially only at the cost of 2. However, for me to equip it, I would have to take off critical burns. This would be really good if I had the extra 2. So at the moment, I just don't. You can create sets of Lumina. I never noticed that. Huh. Neat. But yeah, extra ability points on killing an enemy is amazing, especially in my opinion on Gustav. If you're playing him like I'm playing him, which is going to be very gun-oriented. Not 100%. I would say maybe like 50-50 gun-oriented. But killing off a flyer and then getting 3 extra points back basically means you just kill it off a flyer. All right, but both our characters leveled up. So again, right now, we are just giving Gustav a lot of energy or agility so that he's a very fast boy. And right now we finally got his luck up to 5, which means that when he's equipped with that one Pictos that's giving him 2%, this takes him to a 10% crit rate. And something that I love that this game does is by showing you with the Pictos, like here we can see on the right-hand side, he's got 3 different Pictos that are giving him stats in speed, defense, and critical rate. we can see what the base number is, what he gets before the Pictos are equipped. So if you are trying to hit, like, let's say some obscure number like 13%, which is basically be a 1 in 7 chance to crit, you could do that, and then as you're giving him other items, that would raise his crit chance even higher. And depending on the player, every player is going to have their own number that makes sense to them. For Looney right now, I'm just kind of messing around, and I want to just see how ridiculous she gets if I just keep putting points into her might here at the beginning. And then eventually when I get to the point where, like, if she's dying too much or I feel like I need the HP, because now she's at 187, so I guess I think she gained about 10 HP off that last level. I will start putting points into vitality, agility, and defense. But for right now, everything is going to go into might and agility, might and agility, might and luck for Looney, because I just want her hitting like a freaking truck. I just want her to be this ridiculous mage. But now we can learn skills. So here, we either have the ability for recovery, which is very good. Again, this is costing us 3 action points to recover 50% of her health. And what's even better is that there's not the skill check on the recover. There's a skill check on gaining the charges from recovery. But what is fantastic about this is this also kind of can make him into a tank in essence, because if you're just trying to build up these overcharges, you can use things like powerful to make everybody else powerful, and recovery to recover your own HP, and all in the meantime you will be gaining those charges closer and closer to using your overcharges. However, right now, since I'm setting everything on fire constantly, we're going to do this from fire. So it deals medium damage to a single target. Uses the weapon's element. Right now, we just have a physical weapon. But then it heals us by 20% if the target is burning. So here I'm going to come over because I do want to rearrange some things. Whoops. I'm doing things all over the place. I'm going to move some things around because marking shot is what I use most of the time. So I want that in my first slot. Then Lumiere Assault is a skill that I really actually do like using. So we're going to go put that in the middle there. And then From Fire is kind of like a conditional skill that I'll use, quite often. So I like that there. Powerful, I don't know what it is, but my A buttons for my mental is something I rarely use. Like both of these skills, unfortunately might not get used all that often. I like Lumiere Assault for the 5 hits over the 3 hits From Fire. However, since From Fire actually does do medium damage compared to light, maybe on this playthrough I'll try to use it quite a bit more. But yeah, this right column to me is when I have a lot of AP, and it's like, what can I spend it on? Or what's a more conditional thing? Because it's not like every chance I get to cast Powerful, I'm going to cast Powerful. Yes, there's times I want to cast Powerful, or on boss fights I want to cast it. But I'm going to put Overcharge here because it's one of those things that, yes, once I get my full 10 stacks, that's pretty much the only time I actually do want to use it. All right, back to Looney. Loon. All right, so Miss Looney, we have a lot of options here. We have this ice attack that can give us more AP back, which does sound really, really good. However, we have to have the target burning first. So this means instead of going ice into fire, we actually have to do fire first. Like we might have to go ice, fire, ice again, which doesn't make the most sense. So I don't love this skill for what I want to do with me. Here I do have Rock Slide, which would be good single target damage and a chance to break. And for me, breaking is very important for things like bosses or just really big, beefy enemies. Breaking just can absolutely turn the tide of battle. However, Wildfire is just a cream of the crop skill. So we're going to go ahead and get this. I'm going to put it in position number 1. What Wildfire does is deals a medium fire damage to all enemies, whereas Immolate is only doing that to a single target and is doing low damage. What's nice about Immolate, though, is that it does always burn, which so does Wildfire. Both of them always burn. However, the two small advantages that Immolate has is that it deals 2 more burns if the target is marked. And again, Gustav can mark. So at the moment, while I don't have, full spells, I do want to have this available. Also, that Immolate is only 2 mana to cast, like 2 AP to cast. So that's the other nice advantage. The final little advantage is that it only requires 1 ice mark to do that extra damage, whereas Wildfire requires 2 ice marks. So at the moment, what I would want to do is if I ice Lance, I do have both my marks technically for Wildfire at that point. And then Wildfire will give me a fire and a light mark, so that when I cast Thunder, I get the bonus there. And then if I go full circle around Earth, Earth requires a lightning seal. And then I just have these 2 light seals just kind of constantly hanging out until I need them. All right. So both characters got a pretty big upgrade there.
Leo!
Oh no. Leo got it.
Fuck. It's big. Fall back!
Putain de merde.
All right. We got ourselves a boss. Evan.
Get ready.
Dodge Gustav.
All right. Now, something of note: the boss has shields on his HP bar. Shields in this game are a very fascinating mechanic. It's Sunday. The way that shields work is that shields will absorb any single damage source. So when you have an attack that's like deals high physical damage, 1 hit, the shield will absorb all of that. However, if you have something like Lumi's electric attacks that are constantly hitting multiple times, or Gustav's linear assault, which hits up to 5 times, it is the perfect shield removal skill in this game. However, shields do not necessarily block everything. So for Gustav specifically, if we shoot, yes, it's going to stop the damage from my gun, but if my gun burns or marks, or if it burns him, which it did not, unfortunately, we can still ignite him with fire. Unfortunately, I never got it. So instead, we'll do our marking shot here. Now that he's marked, we want to make sure that we set him on fire. Now here is where Immolate could be a bit better, rather than Wildfire, because Wildfire, yes, does medium fire damage. I'm going to try the Immolate just to see how much it actually does. So we have a mark.
Feel the burn!
112. Better feel threatened. And now he summons minions. Dogs are being very distracting. All right, excellent. So we know that Gustav cannot kill off the little minions like quickly and easily. Yes, I could probably kill off maybe 1. However, I think it's gonna make more sense for us to stay on Big Boy, because once Big Boy's dead, they're all dead. Since I used fire, ideally I would want to use electric with her. However, our electric attack is random. So instead what we're going to do is we're going to use our earth attack because we know that it's going to hit all of them.
Rise!
Why did it not do it? Oh, that was so early on my part. Okay, well there we got our counter attack. All that really matters. Our target is burning. I am at full health, but let's just go ahead and use some, from fire. Get a little payback.
Take cover! Brace yourself.
Wait,
Brace
what?
yourself.
I've never seen him cast it at the same person 2 times in a row. I wasn't ready to parry it. Alright, our fire did wear off, and he is not marked. However, he is kind of low. And I do have a fire skill, so let's go big.
Careful. He's building up chroma.
Okay, so here he has gone into a very heavy shield defensive game right after I use my light. So that's very unfortunate. So with that being said, I want to make sure I hit this dude as many times as possible. I could use my gun. My gun would be 3 attacks, and then my auto attack would come after it, or I could use an item to heal somebody. But what we're going to do is use... Because, again, 5 attacks of low damage. And again, he is absorbing the counter attack, which is not great in my opinion. Here, I could immolate because that would burn him, and I could use Earth Rising just to knock off the shield. However, that really doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me. So what I'm going to do instead, we're going to attack him twice there to just knock off the shield, and then we'll do a basic one. And then let's set Lune up.
I'll take him down. Lune, watch out!
Early. Yep, then you're charging up.
Let us stay there.
Maybe. Mark.
Gustav!
Petrus must fall!
We beat him. Here on the left-hand side, we got another Pictos cleansing tint. Healing tints, so that's one of our items. Also removes status effects from the target. So very, very fascinating.
Celebrate later. There'll be others. We should be safe up in the tree.
Yeah.
Yeah, no ceremony for Leo. Not even a second thought. Leo was just
Pretend
there.
nobody.
Wait, there's a message on the wall. Took mile to the weird corals. Head north, look for a door inside a hut.
Leia.
This doesn't make sense. Who would have written this? It sounds like an expeditioner, but everyone knows to sign their messages.
Yeah, but they might have been in a hurry.
I don't know. Doesn't sound like anyone on the team. What if it's a trap? The man on the beach?
It's a lead. Our only lead. Whoever this is knows Mael. We have to go.
No. Not yet. Protocol is to regroup at the rally point and wait 3 days. This message feels off. If it was an expeditioner, they would have stayed here. Everyone knows the protocol.
Right, but they may have been in danger. Maybe this location has been compromised. Things change in the field.
There's a reason.
Protocol doesn't cover every contingency. You know that.
There's a reason it's protocol. We designed it to yield the optimal result in the vast majority of situations.
Was our entire team dying part of that optimal result? Look, I'm going after Maya. Protocol also states, never move solo. I'll let you choose which protocol to break.
So I love the argument that they have there. My only issue is we just fought a boss back here, right? We just fought a big-ass boss in this space. And there's not the conversation of like, hey, we don't feel like maybe that was what, you know, maybe like scared people out of this location.
Interesting.
All right, we're getting to a point where we have a lot of pictos. So, I want, we have, I'm a little confused here, hold on. We have this empowering attack, which gives us powerful on our base attacks. And we have this cleansing tint. So what we're going to do is we'll equip the cleansing tint onto him. Namely, right now, I just want to make sure that I'm unlocking these pictos as I get them. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. But, as I said, something that I really like for her over here is that I do think that her auto attack is a very, very underappreciated thing. So, like, yes, she's not the constant auto attacker, but it's going to be one of those things like we're at the moment, we're casting a spell, auto attacking, casting a spell, sometimes auto attacking, but she's auto attacking a lot. So her having these things that give her auto attack more damage, I do think are very, very good. It's just a shame that the augmented attack gives us defense and speed, not really the stats that we want on her. But yeah, we'll give her this this empowering attack. So whenever she auto attacks, you gain powerful for 1 turn. So that will be like until the end of her next turn, which is marvelous. And yep, we're still at level 5, so no other pictos can really get moved around too much. I could come over here. Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. I can give her dodger and burning shots. So we'll do that for her. It's not that I'm dodging a lot with her. Eventually I will get to the point in the game where I do start dodging more frequently. Just at the moment, we're not bothered. All right. So, we have a couple different ways to go. We can go down the hole. We can go through whatever that is. Or we have this light chain. I don't even know what to call these light chains. We've never named them. Secret tunnel.
We can use that.
But wonderful. There we get our another color of Lumina. And this is where we actually fought the boss. They don't explain how you got to the... I guess they did say that, you know, they're going to be safe up in that tree. But yeah, let's make sure... Oh, there's something down there. Oh, it was light reflecting off of... Where are the enemies? We're going to refresh the enemies because as I'm exploring, I want to be killing things. But yeah, we want to make sure that we get all the items before we leave in here. And they read down. Again, whenever we walk through a doorway, we always want to look behind us real fast. Just... And apparently this was how we got up into the game. Never really told us. Alright, I'm a little confused. Did I just not find it? Quest item. Oh, we did. We got a resin. We did get a flammable material. And I just wasn't paying attention, apparently. So, let's go make sure that we hand that in to Jarhead. I could just go to a rally flag and warp directly back to him. However, I'm enjoying killing things at the moment. I want to show off the combat for this game because it is beautiful. So we are going to, instead of taking the rally flag, we're going to walk back, but then I'll teleport to that rally flag to get it. But yeah, we want to make sure we are as powerful as possible. This dude's face. So here, having that dead energy, if I killed that dude, I would have gotten 3 AP back, which would be really great. But unfortunately,
let the ink flow.
We do not have
ice. Shatter.
Lune, watch out!
Man, I was late on that. Nine, 8, and he had a little bit more damage. And this is definitely where, like, I would not necessarily be like, oh, definitely dump a whole lot of points into might the way that I am. But this is a great example of if I had a little bit of might, I could have ended that battle a little bit sooner. And it's a reason in this game to actually, like, focus. Okay, that dude's burning, so kind of ignored him. And that dude's burning. I'm pretty sure both those guys on the side are both going to die. But just in case, we need to show off wildfire. So let's get to it. So we hit one of the targets on the left. We hit the target on the left and the middle one. And then the dude on the far right, he died to the burning effect that Gustav put on him with burning shots. And it's one of the reasons you're going to see me just constantly peppering enemies with those shots. Is because a burning target, I need to look at how much damage he actually takes, but it is... This guy for now.
Ice.
I don't understand what these guys are weak to. Maybe it's electric. We've hit them with earth. It must be electric, yeah. I thought there was another tall boy that we fought somewhere on the way. And this isn't the right way. I just thought that there was a tall boy that we fought. and I said I wanted to walk back to get more experience. But, oh, so here's that dead body I was talking about. So this to me is really good storytelling of, oh, hey, there's a body up on this ledge. You know, dude was probably trying to run away, got to the ledge, realized he couldn't jump down, and was like, oh, shit. And then had to try to fight his way out and kill. Got his chroma. Trapped within him. All right. We're going to let Looney do this because she was the friendly one with him. Shine. I need to shine. You bring the light. Without light, I cannot follow where she leads. This will help. Give him the resin. Ooh. Gone are the days when I wandered in darkness. Soon I shall shine. Light it. Help me shine. Make me complete. Precise shot, perhaps? Here you go. You're a shiny boy. Ooh, this light. Long have I waited this light. I must join the others. Lead me, mistress. For the future, shrouded in darkness. Please tell us more. Well, please, mistress. Capture light. My light, I caught only a glimpse. Resin must have burned out. How unfortunate. Though I am sure, now I can reach her. I felt my mistress guiding me. I can almost hear her. I must have words to understand. Shine. I need to shine once more.
What did it mean by light? Let's keep an eye out for other Nevrons like this one. We might learn something.
All right, so he gave us a healing tint. So now we have an additional item, like, you know, healing, which is always good. We're going to go to the indigo tree, though. We're going to get out of here because we fought everything in the area nearly 2 times. I haven't noticed this game do a tricksy, like, I'm going to make something up. Like, here's an item right here, and there's an item right up on that ledge, so you can just grab them both in, like, quick succession. Usually it's like, if there's an item in one place, you have to go a little bit to the next one. Not always, though. You know, but be sure to look around. I haven't really encountered too much of the, oh, you have to, like, walk through these bush leaves to get somewhere. For the most part, it does seem like the path is pretty clearly laid. Go into this weird portal thing. I'm trying not to talk because there's going to be a little video the moment it loads. Apparently it has a lot to it. Where I crashed? Oh, it did have a lot. Oh, holy. So, guys, welcome to the...
So, the message said head north to the weird corals.
And a door in a hut.
All right, so world map. You go kind of back to our Final Fantasy VII days here. We can look around. Now, the difference is there's not random battles. the enemies are quite visible. So we can go and pick fights. Just understand that if you see an enemy near any other enemy, it's basically like once you get into a battle, you bring everything close by to the fight. So it's not like a pick one dude off. Alright, we'll go after the and then we're going to do our wildfire because it hits everything. Big boy was weak to it.
Danger!
Got it! Right in the eyeball. Love it. So here's a great example. So over on the left-hand side, our lighter rim just hit level 2 from that battle. It does not seem like it's experience-based because we did a whole bunch of battles before leaving down there. I think that there's certain groups of enemies are all flagged in a way to either like give you an item or to upgrade an item for you.
This will be useful.
Here on the world map, though, we can find items as we like journey around. Beach. Beautiful view of the Eiffel Tower. Sprinkles, you just ate a bone. You just ate one. Let Sunday have her bone. Snort, snort, snort. Now, what's going on here? If we see these swirling lights, that is kind of like a portal into a small world, or like a zone. So the rest flags that we saw, we can teleport between those in that zone. But if I go through another portal, like that portal over there, straight ahead of us, that area will have its own set of flags for me to wander in and, see what's going on. There was something I saw in the last panel that I wanted to pay attention to, but I think it was just like, hey, pay attention to something. Yeah. But yeah, so like here's a great example. That dude on the left is wandering way off from his buddies. It does not matter. It's one of those things, if I pick a fight with any one of the three, all three of these guys are going to group up and now what's great is, since this dude here is burning, I just have to get him low and he's going to take care of him. So we'll leave him
Chroma is flowing.
and we're going to be lighting everybody on fire because it feels great.
Ready to evade.
Counterattack at the right time. My best is like counterattacking, like for learning to parry properly. Dodging is probably the best way to learn. And then from there, it's wait for the thing to be, the attack to be in motion, coming to hit your character. Don't try to be like, oh, he's moving his weapon, that must be the time. At first, that feels really good. But in this game, a lot of things are flashier than they need to be. So it's never like a, oh, he's moving his weapon, he's going to hit you. So here we did hit a dead end. I guess I'm just going to show this off. We are going to do this, just not right this second. But here we can see the Abyss Cave. It says danger. So it's not that I'm going to die instantly if I go in there. It's that what's in there is a higher level than what I am ready for. It's considered outside my range. And the game is trying to be nice enough to be like, hey, you're not ready to fight this way. Camping! You can now access the camp on the
It's been a long day. We should make camp.
I'm fine. Let's keep going.
We won't find Mael if we're dead.
Gooey Stav. Here we've unlocked a bridge, which is kind of in a sense, a shortcut or just a faster walking route. Not wildly useful, but some of the later ones
An advantage.
connect us from one zone to another in a nice way. Here we have some blue rocks. As we can see, I can't jump on the world map. So we need to figure out what we need to do for that. Another leaf beach. All this water just flowing upwards. I love it. It's such... The art of this game... I feel like everybody should play this game just to see. And like, I get that it's probably not everybody's cup of tea, but just so many of the things that you get to see, it's just so amazing. But yeah, there's 2 enemies up here on the world map that we can access at the moment. The game kind of shoehorns us into, we could go into that pink portal that we saw that had danger written on it, and then we can go up into here. What we're going to do first, before we go into here, we are going to camp. Because in the very first episode, I was constantly talking about how there's something to do at camp. There's something to do at camp. Let's talk about camp. Good girls.
I'm sorry about earlier. The beach was not your fault.
No, it was. I convinced Alan to land there.
So, we can rest a bit? But, the moon is bright. I want to keep moving.
Have you learned nothing from the beach?
No, I am not leaving Mael alone a minute longer than I have to.
But right now, it's just the 2 of us, and I don't want to bring Mael your corpse. We have to think every step through. The man on the beach, you saw what he did. But more than that, you saw his face.
Need to switch the baguette skin off because it's taking away a lot of the intensity of the moment.
He must be what? 50? 60? Yet he survived the Gamage. We don't know who we're dealing with. We lost everyone in an instant.
Exactly! He killed us all so easily. He doesn't need to fake a message. Lucien. Lucien died to save me. And Tristan. Margot, they all... I am not letting Mael die out here. I'm taking her home.
What? No, no, no! We have a mission!
Oh, fuck the mission! Fuck the mission, Lune! What are we gonna do, huh? Tell me. What are we gonna do? We're gonna take down the paintress, just the 3 of us? My gun and your sparks?
I didn't take you for a coward.
I'm not a coward.
You swore the oath. When one falls, we continue.
Yes, I know.
When one falls. When one falls. Not if, when. We knew not all of us would make it, but we continue. As long as even one of us stands, our fight is not over.
But I'm not afraid to fight, it's just Mael, she's...
Mael swore the same oath.
I know that!
She chose her life. You and I... Come on, we always said the future of Lumiere is more important than
any individual life, yes.
Do you still believe that? Do you still believe that? Do you?
I hope I do.
Fuck the mission. Really?
Sorry.
Rat on his back. Should I play Lumiere? Alright, so this is our campsite. It is always going to be the same every time, no matter where we camp, which is unfortunate. But we have that little ledge out there, and then we have a path back this way to a little stream, right? Because it makes sense that we need water. And then we have this little back cave. However, this is our very first camp, so obviously, we can't see everything that we need to see. Camp. In camps, you can rest and converse with your party members. Leave camp and move on.
The main continent. Hard to believe we're finally here.
Yeah.
Good night, Gustav.
Well, fucked up our chances to talk with her, but we always do have a save flag. So if you ever need a save or resting point, so both of our characters are a little damaged, you can just camp on the overworld, instantly get a save flag. But this is kind of more important for if you need to level up for something specifically, this is your big opportunity too. And again, with Gustav, we're just going to keep upgrading that agility and muscle right now. And then for her, it's going to be her might and her luck, which is getting to a very impressive 27% already. But a lot of that is from the Pictos that we have equipped to her. The speed difference is starting to matter. He is now officially 60-some speed ahead of her, which in her case is about 25% faster. So I kind of want to see if he will. And she has not a lot. She has some from the Pictos equipment. Here, he only has one skill point, so we can't unlock anything. So we're just not gonna. And then she has one skill point, which we could unlock healing spell with. Again, I'm gonna try to forego this healing tree for this run. I want to go over here and unlock this rock slide next. I could come down here down the electric line. It would not necessarily be bad. It would be nice to have a big spell so early. But to be honest with you, I think crippling tsunami might be a lot better. It's one extra point compared to Lance, but it hits everything, whereas Lance only hits one target. So, I think after I get this rock slide ability, I think we're probably going to go down for crippling tsunami. because I ended up loving that spell a crap ton. Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll save up for Rock Slide here. Because Earth was an element I didn't get to use too much in my first run of the game, and that was by choice. It was mostly that I just never found anything specifically weak to me. Let's write in our journal. Gustav finds a spot where he can be alone. He spends some time writing in his journal. He writes about how dangerous the Nevron are, but how beautiful he is. He hopes that one day his apprentices will read everything he knows.
For those who come after.
Gustav heads back. Remember the current objective. Find Mael and search for the path through the flying waters. Go to sleep. Now, so far from what I can tell, going to sleep does nothing. Just kind of like saves your game and puts you back on the overworld. Because we did rest at a flag, that means the enemies did respawn out here. However, we're about to go into a zone. We're going to go into the flying waters. Right, Springs? We're going to go into the flying waters. Yeah. Sprinkles. You're so cool. And we get very early on from the springtime forest continent. We instead get this beautiful underwater theme.
'68. Elodie's expedition.
You know the commanders of every expedition.
Expedition 68. Their boat was blown into the air by a storm. Lumiere lost sight of it, but assumed they crashed on the continent.
And they survived. The storm, at least.
All right, let's keep moving. We found the weird corals. Mael must be close by.
I do love that the main character. You need to, Gustav. You need to go back to being. Let's put you in that crimson outfit. Actually, the beret not doing a terrible job. Let's go fancy for a little bit. We're calmed down a little bit from some of our arguments. Does she have one? Yeah, I was about to say she doesn't have a new one yet. But her lunar rim, which I said had better scaling, unfortunately, it probably doesn't have enough scaling to compete with the damage now of lighter rim being level 2. Right, we're going from 36 to 61. That is almost like a double damage increase. So yeah, let's switch over to lighter rim here. And then the other thing is his cleansing tint. We ended up maxing that out, which means I no longer need it specifically. So what I'm going to do is put on Dodger back on. Even though Dodger's already completed, we, however, do have, we're gaining speed and critical rate from it. So this is going to help out his overall damage a bit better. But he is always getting the sloppy seconds. Right now, she absolutely just gets the cream of the crop. But we now do have cleansing tint available. Now, I personally don't have to use items all that much because we're still in the easiest portions of the game where I'm doing just fine. However, if in your party you feel like, oh, I do have like Gustav just constantly healing people, or, you know, maybe you set it up so Looney is a healer, but she doesn't always have the AP for it. You know, a cleansing tint is potentially really good. We're just not running into those status effects just yet that we specifically have to worry about. So again, our way out is back through that portal that will take us back to the overworld. Very disappointed that nothing... that they could have hidden something really cool behind those reeds. Right? Make you go back to the portal and explore. And that is, I would say, my only complaint about this game. Sometimes it's very unclear like this, if you can, like, walk through things or not, and then you end up getting, like, stuck on these weird plants because you're like, oh, well, I was able to walk through the reeds in that other portion, and if I was a game designer, I would hide something behind the reeds. Let's nay, not everything. And there's always some weird terrain like this where you're like, this looks climbable, but you can't. And it's always heartbreaking when you can't. Every time, no matter how much I play this game, there's some ledge where you're like, oh, sweet, I can totally get up there if I just jump here, then here, then here. But nope, doesn't matter. There's a lot of invisible walls, and the scenery is just designed in this way for you to just view it. Oh my gosh, this game's so beautiful. Alright, this looks like an enemy. Let's see what this thing's about. A paint cage. Painted cages contain rare loot. To unlock the cage, find its 3 locks and shoot them. Huh. That looks like the painted cage. So far, all painted cages I've come across, their locks are always very close by. I have not found one where, like, I have to, like, jump down a ledge, go back to the beginning, and find it. However, some of them are not easy. They do a good job of hiding these, and there's enough animations that go on that don't make it super obvious where they are. But once we break all 3 locks, the cage just disappears.
Well, that will help.
And now we have another chroma elixir. So this is good for while we're battling. Remember, a chroma elixir is we just come in here and I can top off my character's HP at any point. And they refill at rest points.
This will be useful.
Okay. For some reason, I feel like I'm missing something back here. So we got the painted cage. Wasn't there? Yep.
This will be useful.
New Pictos. SOS shell. SOS shells are very fascinating, so I'm gonna take Dodger off of him, unfortunately. And this is just because I constantly want to be unlocking Pictos. I don't want to wait until I'm in a fight and I'm like, oh man, if I had this, this would be really useful. So I'm just going to constantly equip them, especially right now while I'm fighting like trash mobs, and it doesn't really matter what I fight. But SOS shell. So it applies shell when falling below 50% health. Very fascinating, very interesting concept that, oh, you fell below 50% health, here's a buff for you. So I am glad that I turned around for that. Okay, that's so cool. Once again, this is why it's always very good to start.
Wait. Evron. Looks like a different species.
Doesn't matter. They're between us and Mael.
Gustav don't give a fuck. Right in the face. Alright, Gustav, let's set her up front. Lightning is what this dude is weak to. Unfortunately, our lightning spell costs too much.
Feel the burn!
So 5 fire did 413 damage to him from the looks of it. Yeah. That guy that we killed is just very fast. All he does is just he does very fast, quick chip damage to you. And unfortunately, you guys aren't going to see a whole lot of enemies do shit, because on my first playthrough, I kind of did the same thing. I just really paid attention to what things were weak to.
An advantage.
And really just outsmarted a lot of battles. Like, really just picked apart, like, okay, this character can handle this enemy. Cool, I'm going to do that, so that way I just kill things in one shot. Here we go. Now we have blast to our face. Right. And you know what? I am going to save up for her electric here instead of hitting them. Now, let's keep showing things off. Let's as we can see, those guys do really fast attacks.
This will be useful.
Failed to do them properly. Another Pictos for our boy here. So we already have burning shots on him. Now, I do really like this augmented attack. However, he's also not really auto-attacking all that much. And I want to make sure that I'm unlocking these things. So right now, as sad as it is to say, as much as I love augmented attack, because it is amazing, I do want to just keep unlocking things. So what I'll do is I'll unlock SOS Shell, and then maybe I'll switch back over to the augmented attack. But marking shots gives us speed and crit chance, even though it's quite low. The big thing is it also causes our guns to now have a chance to apply marks on free fire. And again, marks are the next damage that hits the target. I think it's like 50% damage. You know, it's so good. There's no reason for me to be doing it. All right, let's move on. Enough jumping on bubbles. There's people. Oh shit.
There's mine.
Stay back. Alright. These guys are considered a flying enemy. I don't know how you're really supposed to know that right off the top of your head. But their weak point, instead of it being their mask, is actually their bomb bar. And it's lit them both on fire. So what I'm going to do is just both of them down. Did not. But that was a free battle for us. So, yeah, SOS shell just slowly getting up there. We're at 3 of 4. Yeah, I did not pay attention to the floating bodies on the chains last time. And honestly, what makes it even cooler is like we're clearly not affected by the gravity in this area. We're not floating upwards. But just Alright, SOS shell is complete. But yeah, the very first time I fought those guys, I tried to auto attack them and like use spells, and they were just dodging everything. And I was like, oh, wait a second. Didn't we fight one other thing that just dodged everything? And yes, right? Like it was very clear, like, okay, I need to use my gun to shoot things in the face.
Well, that will help.
And said that you can't just like shoot these other bombs. Again, really, really great atmosphere, but then also really confusing to be like, wait a second, who built all these bombs? Like, are all these bombs from like refracture?
Take cover.
That guy is not waiting for him to start moving, it's
Brace
wait for him
yourself.
to be about to do. Now, I don't think that you need to make Gustav as gun-focused as I have. I just think a lot of these enemies are all, like, you know, they're flying enemies, so they're just weak to anybody using the gun on them. So I've been very blessed in that regard. I would also say, since, like, Gustav is doing all the gun work, putting the dead energy onto him would also make a lot of sense. That way, when you're using the gun...
Well, that will help.
I think they got me. Oh, it was me. But since he's using the gun, having dead energy that Mooney has on her right now would probably be better on myself, because every time I would kill an enemy, you would gain back the AP. And this is also where you could argue, okay, well, if he needs it, let's go into his Lumina. And we actually now have 3 extra points because we've been gaining levels. So now I can actually put the 2 there. Because, like, you know, Cleansing Tint is 5. SOS Shell is really good. So if I wasn't worried about the critical burn, I can take that off and put on, like, SOS Shell. But as we can see here, Empowering Attack costs 10 Lumina points for us to invest into. And then Augmented Attack, which is another great one, costs 7. This can be a way for you to determine, hey, what do I think is like really, really good? Because obviously the higher the cost, probably the better it is, but not always the case. Here, I can give her burning shots and marking shots. I could give her SOS Shell, which is actually really good on her, in my opinion. However, I do want to give her this augmented attack, and because she's level 7 or 8, she now has enough Lumina points for it, so that's wonderful. But that is a way for us to get around always having to equip the Pictos to certain characters. I actually didn't pay attention. They might have just been up on that ledge up there. Or they might just show up there. Alright, red means dead. here. I'm just rocking the camera side to side to make sure there's not a hidden passageway on this hallway.
Over there. A hut.
Slow down. We don't know what's inside yet.
Looney, you are my friend. Alright, before we go in the hut, let's explore around. We're actually doing really good on HP.
Interesting.
Chroma, we haven't found a way to spend it yet. A gun. A flag over. If I know anything, which I don't know anything. So we can do 4 points into agility, 2 more into luck. So again, this is great. Our speed is getting massive now, 369. And our crit rate is up to 14%. Whereas hers is up to 18%, literally double what he has. And what's crazy is that their attack power is actually quite similar. That's actually kind of mind-boggling that she has so much investment into her attack, and he has none. So they really set this up for Gustav as kind of the better fighter. And she relies a little bit more on like the elemental weaknesses or the damage buff from stains that you get. But in my opinion, she kind of always just feels better. We're going to go ahead and unlock this recovery, namely because it unlocks the next two, like the next skill down here on the left. And I do really like Shatter. Strike Storm is a very good skill. It's just the fact that it costs 10, and for me, Shatter being an AoE break is very, very fascinating. So we're going to be saving up for that next. And then Miss Looney here. I said I wanted to be a more Earthmancer, so we're going to put 1 point in over here to unlock Rock Slide, and then we're going to start saving up to go down here for Crippling Tsunami, which was a spell that I absolutely fell in love with. Yeah. Honestly, I probably, instead of unlocking that, I probably should have just come straight down here, because I know that I love it. Oh well, we'll deal with the consequences of my actions. The biggest. All right, let's rest up because we're at a save point. Anyways, we need to go rescue Maya. The hut with a door.
Look, there's a door inside.
Seems empty. Let's go. Someone lives here.
That's how doors typically work, lady. To keep things out of your domicile. Oh, we didn't plan for that trap. Gustav gains charges when dealing damage with a skill and attack, but also when dodging and parrying.
Where are we? This is...
Mael!
No fear. careful. Oh. Well, what's weird to me, so like, we find this manor with every single comfort. Right? Like there's musical instruments, there's lighting. The floor is fucking spotless. Right? How would you not feel like we could just live here? Right? Like back in Lumiere, there's a fire going. Like, come on. I did not find that on my first playthrough. So now that means there's something else I can touch. That effect. Can't even interact with that, which is very suspicious. So each one is slowly opening those up. I think I found that one on my main profile. This is why I love like replaying. Done a pretty good job having them like just being out somewhere visible. So I think it's clear that I'm just looking for this like symbol thing. I don't know what it's supposed to be. Let's just take a small walk around real quick. So that was number 2. That one was number 3. So my assumption would be that if there's a 4th or maybe even 5th one, that it would be in this room, right? Because none of their puzzles have been, like, terribly rough. I guess we'll go check upstairs. Actually, let's check downstairs. But yeah, if I found this on a continent where everything was trying to kill me, this would be new home, right? Like, I would be like, this is where we go to rest. This is where we go to talk. This is where we go to recoup. Nook to like read it. You're suspicious of it. Oh, know what I didn't do? I've only been looking where I can physically reach. Can you imagine? It's gonna be like up in a chandelier of some sort. No, I never paid attention to that. That flag there also reads 33. To be fair, though, I didn't really like look up the ceiling in this area. It's interesting with one being directly above it, one being on the wall here, and then one on the pillar over here. Logically, I would think that the thing that finally unlocked this room would be like on this side. What a bother. I looked right at it. Breaker. found your painting.
Interesting.
Nocturne Brunnen. The bad news is it was just for music. But to be fair, this was something again I didn't find on my first one. Very fascinating. Where did it I was trying to see if that meant that there was another, like, doorway over here that I maybe never noticed. All right, cool. Let's get on with it. Anyways, there's this painting here where it's like, oh, this frame is just empty. But all of our doors so far are locked. There's the lights. And really, somebody in there.
My head?
Gustav? Are you real? Well, you sure smell real enough.
No, I don't.
God, so many things to get.
I'm sorry. I thought that you... On the beach, I saw you and I couldn't, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I should have, I should have come for you, and
It's okay. It's okay.
I was worried.
Made it.
How did you end up here?
I don't know. It's all a blur. I remember everyone at the beach. Then I woke up here. With him.
Fight him.
He's been helping me a lot. He reinforced all my pictos.
What is he?
I'm not sure. He doesn't really talk.
The chroma around him. It's quite different from the Nevrons.
I just noticed something I never noticed before. They is a girl. Right, and her journal is just on. But yeah, she's had a bed to sleep in. Like, she's been living in this comfy fucking manner since the beach. Which, I mean, I suppose is fair. She's like, we guessed, what, 15, 16?
How did you find me?
There was a message at the indigo tree.
Do you know who left it?
A message? Maybe. No, I don't know.
All right, but we got a new party member. What do we want to stack her with? Yeah, let's just get her crit rate up. It's not that she's wildly crit dependent. It's I want to get to a point where I don't have to worry about upgrading crit. So yeah, we're just gonna give her a crap ton of crit for now. Probably around, you know what, we're Expedition 33. I'm gonna give her 33 luck, and then she's free to invest in other things. All right, we have unlocked Mael, but we haven't got the tutorial on her yet. Actually, I think we get a tutorial. Hold on. If we get a tutorial, I'm just gonna up the tutorial.
Again. We just trained earlier.
All right, but this time I have backup.
All right. But this time I have backup.
So, Mael, the curator, attacks the expedition. Jump. Attacks announced with a jump flare. Must be jumped. These attacks cannot be parried or dodged. So we have a new way that we have to evade certain things, right? They're kind of like an almighty, where it's if you're on the ground, you're taking damage. However, if we jump, we then have a counterattack up in the air. So we're just going to do basic attacks because I want to look at Mael, just like Lune, who uses elements, Mael has 3 stances and stances. So at base, we are stances. We have no benefits, no, defects, nothing. For 3 stances, we have a defensive stance. We take less damage and gain 1 AP per parry or dodge. So if we put on things like Dodger, that means we would gain 2 AP per dodge. Then we have her offensive stance. Her offensive stance means she deals more damage, but she actually takes more damage. This is where HP would be probably the most valuable stat on her, to be perfectly honest. And then her Virtuose stance deals a lot more damage, and specifically does not have the defect of taking more damage while in the Virtuose stance, right? It's just take normal damage. Switching to a new stance also provides Mael with AP. Switch between stances without interruption to maximize her skill benefits. So here they're going to teach us how to do it. Offensive switch. Mael's starting skills are offensive switch, spark, and per se. Offensive switches Mael to her offensive stance. Spark and per se switch her to defensive stance. Use the offensive switch to go into offensive. So yep, we'll go ahead and do that. And the way that we can tell what stance it puts us into, in the upper right-hand corner of this skill. So if I'm looking at offensive switch, we see that it costs us 1 ability power, but then it shows the red stance being her offensive stance. And then per se and spark, they have the blue item, which is the defensive. The curator attacks the expedition. Defenseless. Defenseless is a debuff that increases the damage by 25%.
God up!
So there I jumped way too early. But he is defenseless. him. And I'm going to show this off we've never shown. We're just going to skip her. Offensive stance. While Mael is in offensive stance, she deals more damage, but she also takes more damage. At the end of the turn, Mael will revert to stanceless, unless she uses a skill that switches her to a different stance, or uses her base attack. Cast a skill that switches Mael into defensive stance. Sure. So we're going to do, I was going to say per se, for just stupid amounts of damage. In offensive stance, Spark has additional effects, so it applies 2 more burns. After casting Spark, Mael will switch to defense. Use Spark to gain its benefits from the offense.
Thanks. On me.
They showed me that that jump. They show you the jumps, that the symbol for jump, and then there's like a long delay between when he actually attacks me.
That was fun, but I think we've had enough training today. You could come with us if you like. If that's a yes, we'll see you at the camp.
How does she know about the camp? The curator has left. Perhaps he will join. Alright, let's rest up because I took a lot of damage unnecessarily from that little training. But yeah, she has 3 stances. Whoops. Need to be in here. She has 3 stances. She has offensive stance, defensive stance, and virtuoso. When I played with her, I instantly took her down this right tree because that was what was most appealing to me. It's a lot of physical damage. And one big thing that I focused on was her, like, applying defenseless to targets. And then she has this thing, guard up, so applies shells to all teammates for 3 turns, which is amazing. And then she also has this guard down, which I fell in love with. However, I actually never made her fast enough to take good use of it. So I never made her fast enough to outpace Lune, which probably would have been very smart of me to do. Because I could use, defenseless here, make everything defenseless, and then like blow everything up with a spell. However, this time I'm going to go down this left-hand side instead, I think. I didn't really regret going over this way. I just didn't use things as much as I thought I would. She has the skill over here, Breaking Rules, where the further you get into the game, you start encountering shields more often. And I was like, oh, her ability just to remove all shields would probably be amazing. I just ended up not really loving Mael. Like, she wasn't what I really wanted from a character, or I didn't vibe with her kit. But she has some pretty interesting things, like here, protects allies by taking damage in their place. So you could potentially switch to your defensive stance and then cast Edgeday. I guess that's how you pronounce this. I have no idea what this skill is called. Jide. And she would take all the damage for everybody else. Very, very fascinating. But yeah, we're going to go down this side. Here we have deals a low single target fire damage, but the target becomes weak to fire for 2 turns. So again, this is one of those like, oh, I could guard down and degagement on things to make them weaker to fire. And then here we have Swift Stride, deals low single target physical damage, but it does switch you to Virtuose Stance if the target is burning. I ended up just using this a crap ton. I was just constantly going into Virtuose Stance And then I would use per se. There it is, per se, to just do enormous amounts of damage because it was ridiculous. But yeah, we'll hold off on this for now. Wait, is that my only way to get into Virtuoso Stance? It is. So we actually are going to take that because that is my only way to go into Virtuose. Deals low single target fire damage, but applies burn. Okay, so I want Spark over there. I want the Gauge Maul here. Now, per se is probably this skill that I should actually have over here on the right side. I just love it though, and it does stupid amounts of damage. So we're gonna keep it right there for now. And actually, I do want Swift Stride up in this corner because I ended up using that. All right, so we have offensive switch. This literally just gets us into offensive stance. We then have Swift Stride, which puts us into Virtuoso Stance. And then Engagement and Spark to put us in defensive. I'm sorry, Per se and Spark to put us into defensive. And Degagement to put us into offensive as well. So I have two different ways to get into offensive stance. Awesome. Awesome, awesome. And for some reason, I have recovery, but it's not equipped. Rockside. Let's put you there. And Immolate down there. Up, and then one final thing. Mael, what do I think Mael likes for Pictos? Mael does a crazy amount of damage, in my opinion. However, what I think is best for her is everything HP. If something gives her HP and defense, that is absolutely what I would encourage you guys to put on her. So actually, you know what? I'm gonna take Dodger off of her. Put it on him. So she can have SOS Shell, Augmented Attack, which is speed and defense, and then Cleansing Tint, which is HP and defense. I feel like she does plenty of damage in her kit, which I think, like, Mael, you could build. What's great about all the characters in this game, I think you can build every character however you want. Every character seems to have enough supporting skills that you could just focus on, like, auto attacking and using their support skills constantly. But yeah, so she's level 5 when she joins the party. Obviously, I just want to give her any Lumina that I can. However, she only has 5 points. We're absolutely going to do that into the critical burn. Critical burn, since she's going to be setting things on fire and Looney sets things on fire, right? Like with burning. This basically means my entire party gets an increased 25% chance to crit at all times because show off her hide tooltip. There we go. So she specializes in rapiers, so she just has a sword, and then her sword scales off of HP. So that would be the other way that you're supposed to know, oh, I should dump a whole lot of HP onto her. And then for Gustav, we still have Lancerum, and for Looney, we have a lighter room. All right, let's go, let's go, let's go. 3-person party.
We should go to the manor and maybe learn something.
Yeah, or we could get back to the indigo tree.
Neko's usually here. I wonder where...
Is that a gestrel?
Stop that, you big hairy brush face. Can't you see they're human? Neko's a bit dramatic, but if you're nice, Neko will trade you lots of useful items for chroma.
I don't care with anyone. Are you worthy warriors? Are you worthy, mustache man?
So
Although I
the
do like the
tales are
brush.
true. Perhaps the grandest in the SKA exist too. Are there more gestrels like you? I'd love to meet them.
Neko, you silly scruff. Their village is not far from here.
Oh, really?
Lune.
I know. We don't have time for detours.
Yeah, we need to get to the paintress.
You're slow, and you have no.
There's another sea between here and the paintress.
Neko, as the best gestural merchant ever, I bet you know a solution, yeah? Come on, you broomhead, I know you know.
Well, I guess you'll get to meet more gestrels.
We're gonna go meet more gestrels. Merchants! Gestral merchants travel across the world offering rare and powerful artifacts in exchange for their chroma. However, their most powerful items are reserved only for the mightiest of warriors. Impress the merchant by defeating them in a duel to access their secrets. Luckily for you, us merchants accept chroma. Alright, so here it literally says fight the merchant, or I can see across the bottom middle, it does give us the option to fight him. So let's go ahead and fight him. And you know what? Let's show off Mael. Mael's going to say, let me handle this. Oh. Alright, let's go into offense spin. Because now he's also defenseless. But since he's defenseless, we can counterattack. And now let's go into defensive stance. 495. So, Mael, in my opinion, is best as a single target damage dealer. She's kind of like the assassin of the group. So, you've proven yourself worthy, warriors. I've got something special that you might be interested in. Great. So here he gives us exposing attack. 20 speed and 4% crit chance. Base attacks apply defenseless for 1 turn. Absolutely one of my favorites. Crap, I just bought something and I don't know what I got. What? Why am I below? Okay, I did buy it. I'm just dumb. Alright, we're going to buy these Color of Luminas because I want them. See y'all later. But once again, we have another Pictos that we want to learn. Now, Dodger is something I like for Gustav. However, the way that I played Gustav was a lot of guns and a lot of auto attacks. So we're going to put this exposing attack on him, because this also means that when he auto attacks something, he's going to make it defenseless, which is just like making it marked, except that defenseless lasts until, like, for 1 turn. I don't know if that means the enemy's turn or up to Gustav's turn. But yeah, either way, you know, very great. Here is where decisions can get really weird. Because, like, here the stats from augmented attack, 8 defense and 10 speed, really is not a lot. However, like Cleansing Tint, even though it has the most HP and defense on it, it has the thing I care the, like the passive, I care the least amount about. So we are going to remove this for Dodger, because Dodger gives me more speed and crit chance. And again, I want to get everybody's crit chance for me and my play style up around 33%, and then I'm going to ease back on it a bit. But yeah, this is why we've been collecting chroma, is that the gestrals, they're merchants that we kind of constantly come around. And I guess you got another level already? Yes, you did. 18 luck means 18% crit rate. Not exactly, but we're getting that crit rate up as quickly as possible. And she has 1 skill point, but I think she needs 4 to start learning.
These dead Nevrons. Who could have done this?
Guess.
So you didn't just stay in your mansion. We can use that.
But yeah, this is awesome storytelling again as well. Just like, oh, look at all these dead bodies. And it was either Mael or Noko.
Guess we found 68's boat.
There's a path through the boat.
Oh.
That anchor doesn't look man-made.
Giant snake creature, and just no one, not a single one of us mentions anything about snake creature at all. We have 2 guards that are not paying attention. So again, here, I'm going to show off that we can shoot these guys in the face. And then that one on the right is already marked, right? So I can either mark this dude as well, or I can just... These are no slightly. I guess I'll mark this dude. So we now have
Let
2
the
defenseless
flow.
dudes. I didn't realize that Mael already outspeeds me. I didn't even know that was possible. I always thought the turn order went from left to right. Alright, let's see how they feel about it. Powerless. Powerless is a debuff that reduces the character's damage.
Harry!
So powerless we got from shooting those guys in the face. By the way. But here we get a new weapon. And we get a new weapon for Mael of all people. So instantly, don't even get to spend any time with this weapon of Malium. Or her name is Mael, and her weapon is Maelum. Bruellum. So this is a fire weapon. We're absolutely going to equip that. Looks awesome. And again, since she has so many things that do like fire, and here we can see her critical hits apply burn, base attacks applied +2 burn. This weapon I ended up falling in love with for Mael. And just loved the concept of she's always going to be setting things on fire or playing around fire. And her and Looney together form this amazing, if you want to just be constantly setting things on fire, putting them into burning states. It's very free. Right in the hand. You look so sweet. Alright, so First, with the face, that makes both of these enemies powerless. Now he's marked and burning. So I'm just going to go back to this guy on the left here. I didn't even see you. Crap.
Let the ink flow.
Okay. Let's see how fast it moves through the buttons.
I'll do it.
I have never seen that attack before. To the fishes, you go. So, our two, Gustav and Lune, are both level 9, and then Mael is level 6. So, I absolutely, again, I want to fight everything that I see. Because I want to get her leveled up. Alright, let's do this right this time. Boom. Defenseless, and he's marked. Now here, a lot of flying enemies, even when they're burned, they will generally die from being burned. Like 99% of the time, they do not last. You're marked and go ahead. That was supposed to kill him. But yeah, flying enemies typically have very, very low HP. So if you burn them, they're going to lose a lot of health. I've never really paid attention to their exact amount of health, so maybe I'll try to do that this time around. A little low. Okay, there's the one. Ledge there that we want to get. Ooh, I forgot about this.
Nice.
So here, I can see that there's rings to go up. So this is one of the few times where we can be like, oh, there's actual platforming here. And then we get up here, and we can see that there's a ring for us to climb up. But always good to just look around and admire. Some of these ledges you can fall off of because like that is ground that we can land on like a lot of the time. However, there are some places where the game will just be like, well, no, we know we don't want you falling.
We can use that.
New Pictos, augmented aim. So again, this is perfect for Senior Gustav. However, this augmented aim would mean that I would want to take off his exposing attack. But I really like the exposing attack, especially with how fast he is, because I want him to be exposing enemies for the other two. So here I have a kind of a weird thing, like 50% increased free aim damage. But I obviously really want that on him. But if I look at these two things, right? The increased speed, very minor, and the increased critical rate, also very minor. So it would make sense to take off something like burning shots or marking shots. But I don't want to because I want him to have those. There's a very easy solution here. Exposing attack, if we look in the upper right-hand corner, it's going to cost us 10 lumina to equip this. Whereas both marking shots and burning shots only actually cost us 3. So our decision becomes really fucking easy of, oh, well, I can just switch this out, put augmented aim here, and then, you know, we're set there. And then if I come over to the far right and go into my Lumina menu, now I'm in here. Now, at the moment, in the lower right-hand corner in blue, I only have 2 Lumina left. So that means I have to kind of pick between Dead Energy, which I do really like on Gustav, or burning shots. Again, since I'm using his gun a whole lot, I would rather have the burning shots for now. And then I can put on Dodger, and then when I get another level from him, I'll take off Dodger, put on Dead Energy. Because at the moment, Gustav is my flying killer. Is how I play with him. Then, when I come over here to her, she has augmented attack, which that I did really like on Gustav, to be perfectly honest. But she has SOS Shell on. Now, again, as much as I like SOS Shell, the ironic thing, though, is I would rather her just have more damage and stuff, and I'm not really relying on SOS Shell at the moment. So I'm going to unequip that so that she gains more speed and crit damage. And then, again, since now I've equipped her with a whole bunch of Pictos, I'm going to go into her Lumina menu, and she only has 2 slots left. Now, although she's probably not really going to be using burning shots all that much, I do like it because right now she is my backup gun. So if Gustav doesn't kill enough flying enemies, having the burning shots on her is good, and she applies a whole bunch of burns in other ways. So, like, to me, this makes a load of sense to, you know, give her this over SOS Shell. I would say, though, if you're dying a whole lot, SOS Shell is probably really good as well. Now, I'm fearful here. I'm pretty, yeah. You can see I could walk off this ledge and I would fall down to the bottom there. I don't want to do that yet because must be thinking of another zone. There's another area where you can climb, and then there's this like super secret thing where if you look up, like that, we're gonna say that ledge there's a hook shot that we can hook onto, and then there's a secret shop up there. But I guess since we just met Noko, it makes sense that he. Yeah. So we're gonna drop down. Because no fall damage is amazing. Hello? Hello? Now, white means friendly. Diminuer. What's this Nevron doing? Let's examine it. Doesn't seem. It's clinging to a metal chain. Doesn't it usually carry a mine with it? What if we were to give it? So yeah, all these white ones you can attack. I am not ready to attack them yet, on this playthrough at least. What I mean by that is I haven't done it on my other playthrough either. We get to a little platforming puzzle here. Actually, I don't remember if there's anything there. So we're gonna do platforming puzzle first.
Great.
But an intact mine. Wonderful. All right, let's go explore the bottom here. I don't remember. Just fucking beautiful. I don't know. This game keeps surprising me. Like, this is, I guess you could say, my second playthrough. A little bit farther than this on my main level. I wanted to play this where I have the potential to do it. Oh, gorgeous. All right. So good news is there's nothing on the ground level for me to worry about. It's do the platforming puzzle so that we get the intact mine. Hey, hold this. Ooh.
It said something.
And he gives me Demonarum, which is a new weapon for Lady Luna. Now, Lady Luna, as much as I like her fire stuff, again, base power going from level 2 to level 3, we go up by 20 points from 62 to 84. That is massive. And then it gives us lightning cost at level 4. Also, looks really cool. Lightning's not my favorite element. Earth is definitely my favorite. But lightning is pretty fucking cool. There's nothing we need to go find more things to find. So
It's forging something. So they have intelligence.
you're a bad guy. I 100% thought that this was going to be a force, and loved the fact that it was. I was like, oh my gosh, he's attacking. All right, this guy has shield. So again, we know that multi-attacking things are going to be best here for removing things.
Let's spill some ink.
Then, what we're going to do, we're going to use the engagement here to make
My
this
sword
dude-
is death.
Chroma is flowing.
Lune, watch out.
These guys are all into lightning. Woo. I actually got really lucky on that touch. I've never seen that attack. That's a sentence I feel like I'm going to be saying a whole lot. All right, upper right-hand corner, Gustav learned exposing attack. So now everybody else can learn that if they have 10. They need 10 Lumina to learn that. So it's going to be a little rough, but as people hit level 10, something for me to consider. And then on the far left-hand side, we got Cruel Round, which is an ice weapon for Gustav. And once again, we go from 80 to 99. Now, what's interesting, though, is Lancerum. We can see, like, the under Lancerum, it says Vitality and Agility +1. That is the scaling that we're getting from those stats. So from all the points that I've put into Agility so far, we're getting 1 point of extra damage from that. However, this weapon, the Cruel Rum, has scaling with defense rather than, like the typical other, like any other stat. So this might incentivize me to start dumping points into Gustav's defense. We're not going to, but I just want to point that out. But also super badass, right? Bladed fins, such a great concept. But now all of our basic attacks, we're forging something, eh?
Well, that will help.
Oh, that. I'm sorry, I wish that they gave you like an anchor so that we could have shot like or something like damage. But yeah, this is where the game I think has really good design. We went out of our way to get an electric weapon, and then we end up fighting an enemy that is weak to electric. I think that's just superb game. Really rewards you for going out of your way there. So here, Gustav, we're still going to make him a speedy boy. He's up to 400 speed now. Love it. And then Miss Looney, we just still want her damage to be skyrocketing up. Ideally, too, what I would encourage anybody else to do when they're playing this, put her first 5 levels just into that luck. Get her crit rate up as quickly as possible. What I'm going to do is, pardon me, I'm going to get her luck, not the base of it, but I'm going to get her luck up to be 33% crit rate. And then I'm going to start investing in some of these other things so that she is a little bit more balanced. And then Mael here, again, she's getting kind of all of our sloppy leftovers. But as we can see here, I'm upgrading her, just her luck stat, but it's also affecting her speed stat. So a bunch of the stats in this game are intertwined in some other way, which I really love. So it's kind of one of those things where I don't think it's necessarily like, oh, like we upgrade agility, but that also increases our defense, which is good. But my point here is everything seems to intertwine in some other way, except for vitality and might, ironically enough. These two seem very standalone as you upgrade them. But yeah, right now, again, we're trying to upgrade her luck. And her luck stat, I'm specifically trying to get up to a, up to that 33% as well. And then we'll do the same thing. We'll stop this weird, terrible point distribution. All right, he has 2 points, but he needs 6. She has 2 points, and that's ironically enough, good enough. So what we will do is we're going to learn this thermal transfer. Now, thermal transfer, I do have bigger potential now to actually use this because now that we have Mael, who can light things on fire with spark, I could set it up so that she lights things up on fire. And then with Looney, we could do the thermal transfer, which even though it costs us 2 AP, if the target's burning, we could gain 4 AP, so we would net 2 AP, which then would lead us to being able to cast some of our bigger spells right away. That would give her between 6 to 7 points of AP on her next turn, on her second turn. So first turn would always be this thermal transfer, and then from there we could, work on some of the things like Rock Slide that take 5, or this Thunderfall that takes 5, or Fire Rage if I was to invest points into it. But yeah, unfortunately, I'm not going to play with this skill just yet. I like having an AoE attack that hits everything. So right now we have Earth and Fire that can hit everything. I do think that Immolate at the moment makes more sense to have on just because it's a reliable way for me to apply burn, especially for like single target enemies. I think I'll use that a lot more than I'll use like thermal transfer. Yeah. Actually, you know what? Here, we'll put it on just so I can see what it does. What it looks like. Because I've never actually cast it. And then Mael, we're waiting for 4. We're waiting for 4 because we either want this guard down, which I think sounds super amazing. There's Mezzo Forte, reapplies the current stance, and gives her 2 to 4 AP. I think this is probably super amazing, especially if you went like into defense stance. You could just use Mezzo Forte to just gain a whole bunch of AP and keep your HP safe. Or you could also go the opposite way. If you're in the offensive stance, but you were like, oh crap, I didn't have enough AP, you would cast this to give yourself a whole bunch of AP. But then over here is what I think is really interesting. Rain of Fire deals medium damage to a single target of fire damage, applies burn, and then if in the defensive stance, it causes us to do more. So it's a shift from defensive stance to offensive stance, ideally.
reapplies the stance. Guard down also puts us into offensive stance. I actually did not pay enough. If in virtuoso stance, stay. Virtuoso stance, interesting. I did not pay enough attention to a lot of her stances because like here Edgeday actually puts her into defensive stance, which makes tons of sense. I don't know why I didn't really like consider that. But yeah, really cool concepts here. Deals very high single target physical damage. Reduced AP cost for each attack parried since the last one. That actually sounds cool. Combustion deals medium single target physical damage. Consumes up to 10 burn for increased damage. Interesting. So she actually removes the burn to deal damage. Revenge. Deals high single target fire damage. 1 hit. Damage increase for each hit received since the previous turn. So to me, yeah, Mael has a lot of things in her kit that I would say makes a lot more sense to invest a lot of HP and defense into her. Because from what I'm reading, a lot of things are like, you're going to take damage some way. And then Pyrolyse deals extreme single target fire damage in 3 hits. Applies 5 burn per hit. So she potentially could apply 15 burn. And then if you're in the offensive stance, you apply 2 more burn per hit. So that would be 7 burn per hit if you went into the offensive stance first. That's so fascinating. That's so fascinating. Yeah, the question is, do I want to come down here to payback? Because payback sounds pretty cool. I think I'll take her down the fire tree. I think, we'll go down the fire tree first, because Pyrolyse sounds just amazing. And then I don't think anybody else had anything, right? You have 2. Yeah, we're getting to that point where everybody needs like 3 to 4 levels before they learn something new. The wall here was really confusing to me.
Well, that will help.
50% increased break damage on base attack. I absolutely love these things. Let me, where is that? Staggering attack is level 3. So we have good speed and like okay crit rate on this. However, even though we lose crit rate on this, actually, I'm looking at the upper right-hand corner of staggering attack, and it actually only costs 1. So what I think we'll do instead, I'll put it over here on you, ma'am. Yeah. I'll just give you Dodger and your Luminous. It's a shame because she doesn't really use her base attack all that much. But I admittedly don't really need those stats on you. Lots and lots of lanterns. Oh.
An advantage.
I like that as fuck you. Scare the shit out of me. Alright, first strike. Well. So here we did get the burn on him. A burn proc will take off a shield because it's an instance of damage. However, right, and let us
Blades on me.
we'll make him burn. And now since he's already burning, let's see what this thermal transfer is.
Careful, Mael.
Honestly, unimpressed. But we did dodge. But yeah, as you can see, a lot of things feel like they're all coming together real quick. We're already getting to that point where it's like everything feels good. Gustav has exposing attack, so his auto attacks are making enemies defenseless, which causes just everybody to do more damage. This guy came from here. Yes, he did.
An advantage.
Oh, he was off killing this lady. Could you imagine if she was in our party? Easily could have missed this dude. First, let's power down.
On guard.
Let us stay.
That guy is weak to fire. Love it. It's something funny to me is that you get like less in-game experience by killing some of these enemies so quickly. But on the other hand, you also gain more in-game experience, right? Like, your character becomes stronger by not taking damage. Oh, that sounded intimidating, so let's go over here. Wait a second, just keep going. That is a lot longer. Found another painted cage. Oh wow, we have 3 of them. Okay. So what we'll do is, with this done, we'll take off 1 shield off that. Then we're going to use Lumiere Assault on the to make sure that he has 0 shield. Now we're going to do the same thing with her. She has Engagement, which costs 2. Yeah, right now everything we have is all single target hit. So, what we'll do is take off that huge shield. That shield. And then for this middle dude, make him weak to fire. He even though that attack didn't actually hurt him, which is unfortunate, the thing is he's now weak to fire. So now we have 3 targets that are all unshielded and burnt. Alright, I got caught. Here, this dude's gonna put shields on everybody. So now we have a little bit of a problem because they are all shielded up. Take off your shield. And he has no shield. So we are going to eliminate this one. So nobody has shield. Then I want to set her up for her next turn. And we made this dude weaker to fire. These guys are all taking turns adding.
Danger!
Eight on you. It's like, why is the light in here? Wait, I never noticed that. Okay. The one in the middle is almost dead. So we're just going to make sure he's, I think, taking away their ability.
Not giving up.
I want to take away their ability to have any.
Let the ink flow.
Okay. Now, this character, I actually want to be able to cast for lightning because these guys are weak.
Ready to parry.
And super.
Danger!
Yeah, man.
Let the ink flow.
Again, I want to have access to lightning. And that's coming down. Okay. Let's end this. We'll go ahead and get Mael
I'm better.
These guys are, ironically enough, as they swing their weapon at you, is the correct time. Definitely did not do a great job against this guy's absolutely rocking. All right, pin cage. 3 locks. 1. 2. 3.
We can use that.
Revive tint. Man, that battle's yeah. Really very humbling. Here it looks like we have another form.
an advantage.
I love games where they just have dead bodies just be like lying around. Right? That area was just a cute little quick area. Kind of have to go way out of our way to get down there. And that's a good example of a fight where I did not play it right. What I think would have been better is for me to just focus on keeping one of them unshielded at all times. And when he was unshielded, I could have just killed one off and just slowly picked them off. That's what I did the very first time. That time I was trying to keep them all unshielded so I could just spam spells on them. And then I never had the AP for it.
Expedition 68, Elodie. It's a miracle any of us survived. We were caught in the maelstrom and flung from wave to wave. We lost the moon and the stars, condemned to a never-ending darkness of punishing rain and raging clouds. The Paintress sent a storm to overcome us. But it is we who have overcome the storm. After surviving that, crushing those Nevrons was almost an afterthought. Strength and resilience, it's how we survived that storm. And it's how we grabbed victory. It wasn't even a battle. It was an ink bath. We squeezed those Nevs dry. But this new one looks tougher than the others.
Alright, real quick, I want to make sure, because that sounds like we're on the right path, right? I went down that one dark alley. Is there anything back here? Okay, we didn't. Cool, cool. Alright, I believe I got everything I needed from this area. Unless there's like a hidden path that I've missed somewhere.
So many. I don't like this.
Oh. Yeah. So, we're going to come in here. We'll use a chroma elixir to just pop everybody fast. Alright, let's get him.
Merde. This one is gigantic.
Avoid those at all costs.
Yeah, we actually. We actually. All pumped to go fight him. But I have talked about many things behind the reeds before. Fine. Alright, so now we have a three-person party fight. He's going to start by breaking his shell right off the bat. So ideally, I want to be constantly doing things that are going to break the shield. Until I get the shield broken, damage does not matter.
Take him down.
A lot of
Let's
smart
spill
shots
some
because
ink.
that typically does build up the break meter, and then nothing else that I have right now.
Let the ink flow.
Doesn't like really anything whatsoever. So I'm gonna come over here and we want to use rock slide, but it costs 5. Yo. But yeah, now we can see I've done a single auto attack to him without shields on. So now he's taking some break damage, right? So let's go ahead and try
Take him down.
Finesse and grace.
And she's already in offensive stance. if the target is burning. Let's go ahead and defense.
Flames. On me. Ready to carry.
I did that too early? Well, I said we want to break this dude, right? So we're going to go ahead and rock slide.
Wait in 3.
And get this. Alright, so since now he's burning, we use Swift Stride to get us into Virtuoso. Dodge. I'm really bad at doing that consistently. However, he's not. I have an Earth Stain and a Light Stain. But the dude's on fire, so let's do Thermal Transfer. Gain us a whole bunch of money.
Not looking good.
I forgot about that. Okay. So now I just have a single Ice Stain, which is not wildly helpful. Okay, and that's what stops you from just constantly. Let's go ahead and try a Thunder. No. I need him broken. So we're just gonna do a basic attack because that builds up. Basic. So there we can see the bar right below his HP. He is getting big. And now that we're in Virtuoso stance, he needs 200% more damage. And he's still burning. So we're going to go ahead and Swift Stride. Oh wait, actually, no, we're fine. I don't have anything that breaks me. Let's go percent.
Flowing.
It's so frustrating. All I need is keep up the auto attacks for right now. Lumiere Assault. We're at 9 out of 10, so we're not at the full 10 out of 10, which is unfortunate. However, I need this dude.
Let me paint death!
Alright, mine is stunned. However, he just came out of the stun, which is perfect. So I have a single Ice Stain. And nothing to do with it, because he's no longer on fire. So I can't use Thermal Transfer to build up points. Let's get him back on fire, because now he'll take full damage. And now that he's on fire, this means that my entire party has that 25% chance to do more damage to him. So now we're going to cast out on our whole party. And she's now already in her offensive stance. So let's go Swift Stride, I think. Get her into Virtuoso stance.
Please survive.
Not looking good.
Okay. Thunderfall. So we have the fire damage. We have the fire stain to increase our damage on this. So let's go ahead and powerful. That absolutely All right, so something very interesting from my perspective there. I did a poor job of carrying, but I didn't have a reliable way to break that mine, even though I knew that's what he was weak to.
We can do that.
Which to me is very frustrating, right? Because it's like I knew exactly what I needed to do, 100%, but I just didn't have a reliable way to build it up besides just constantly attacking. So I need to figure out and better understand how to break it. Another portal path. Let's grab the flag. All right, let's level everybody up. You still have up to 21% crit rate. Amazing. Why do you only have 5 points? But yeah, she needs to have double the might that she has luck. Okay. So she's getting pretty close to her 33%. That would be amazing. He's nowhere close. And then she's slowly getting there. At 25%, so she's not doing too bad. She's ironically doing better than you. Doing different. All right, he has 3 out of 6, so not good enough. She has 1 out of 6, so she's not doing good enough. And then she has our 4. So let's see what we can learn. We have the Mezzo Fuerte. So that would give us just more AP. I think that sounds really good. The guard down to all enemies, I think sounds amazing. And it does put her into offensive stance. Maybe I do that. Yeah, you know what? Because I have her currently faster than Lune. So I think that does make a lot of sense. And then cool, it's in this slot, which is perfect. So yeah, I have a way. She has 2 skills that work really well in tandem with Lune. 2 of those skills take me into offensive stance. These 2 in the middle take me into defensive stance. And this only takes me into Virtuoso if I have the target burning. So let me take a quick look at that. Does anything else? Last chance puts me into Virtuose. Huh. If in Virtuose stance, stay in Virtuose stance. Wow, I have very little ways to get into Virtuose stance, which is just you do 200% damage with no, defect. Sunday, you're so stinky. My dog is just being ridiculous. She's just lying on the couch. So ridiculous. Okay. Okay, hold on. We missed something. So a passageway. Oh. Doesn't work on him. And he walked up on us, which is actually really good. Golden shield. Okay. I'm burning already. Burns on him and a mark. Let's go.
Spill some ink.
This dude is weak to lightning, so I specifically want to focus on lightning. Let's go ahead and put the guard down.
Defenses are down.
Now, I could... Let's go ahead. We'll go ahead and watch. Let's get him. Burn. And I still haven't found if I can... So he eats Mael. Mael is now just out of the battle for a little bit. Gustav, actually, let's put... Alright.
Take cover. I'll do it.
Exhausted. Exhausted is a status effect that prevents the character from gaining EP from any source. Absolutely fucking terrible. So I already have defenseless on him. Let's go ahead and put powerful on and for some reason I need an extra. Defenseless on him, and you don't have enough. However, I can gain a thermal transfer. Okay, I did not remember that attack. Have enough for overcharge. Yeah, let's go ahead and knock this.
For those who come after.
2,000, and we stunned him, which caused him to spit out Mael. On perfect timing, because now that she spat out, now we can Thunderfall. Which is actually what I was going to do anyway. Big damage, big damage. Let's get burned again. Once again, he is marked. We're going to go ahead and let's make sure he's burnt. We're going to go ahead and start.
On me.
Danger.
Still haven't figured out the time. But this is perfect. We got him burnt right before.
Let the ink flow.
And we had enough light sources, light stains, so that thermal transfer let us play a second turn. But you know that it's the light. Give us back my L. Thankfully enough, he got Mael into his mouth, so it took her out of the fight. But didn't matter. Augmented counter. So very, very good skill here. Causes our counter attacks to do more damage. So what we'll do is we'll potentially take this burning shots off of Mael, because that doesn't really matter. But HP and critical rate, absolutely amazing for Mael. But yeah, 25% increased counterattack damage. Just chef's kiss. Absolutely amazing. Oh, okay. She already has dead energy on. That's what I wanted to make sure that she had equipped. But yeah, at the moment, I think I want burning shots or marking shots onto other characters, because just the potential that has to just like, oh, you just pack them and you gain 25% more damage. Here, I'm going to take off Dodger and put off on the dead energy because I really like that. Staggering attack is also super amazing. So next level, that's something I need to make sure that is on everybody. You have that. Yeah, we're very, very quickly getting to the point where, like, oh, we want everything that we have. I'm going to put on staggering attack and I guess Dodger for the moment. Dodger is kind of that better than nothing. However, I do focus more on parries than not. And then somebody got a new sword. You got Abyssaram, which would take off your ice element for just very cool looking weapon. Oh, very awesome weapon, actually. Like broken, but this is vitality and defense. Both of those I don't have any stat points into. So we're going to keep on Cruelaram. All right. Oh. We got some Borgion skin. That guy on my first playthrough took me many attempts. Because his attacks with his big old dumb fists were just so weird. Big guy up.
This building has a certain melancholy beauty. A lone outpost.
Oh, I missed whatever she was saying. Already jumped. Didn't actually remember them being maybe just since I know what I'm doing. Alright, what sucks is Mael actually talks about how the buildings down here in this area are like very like melancholy, and then Gustav in response is like, oh, I didn't really take you as somebody who would like appreciate the architecture. And she's like, well, I've spent so much time alone, I'm constantly walking through doing under all circumstances. This dude, we're going to take the cheap shot on him so that we can get
Get ready.
Interesting. I was paying more attention to the game, but like this dude's dead no matter what. He's been dead for he's like 100% on the fight, right? So like if I just focused on dodging.
Perfect.
Versatile. After free aiming, your next auto attack. So again, we're getting to that point where it's like I want every single thing equipped. Like staggering attack, really good stats. Augmented attack is 50% more base damage. So even though it doesn't have the crit rate on it, this sounds really, really good. But this costs 7, whereas staggering only costs 1. And I want to just keep unlocking these things as quickly as possible. However, our boy here, that gives you more crit rate. And again, we'll just go over here to the far right. So we have exposing attack, which is great. We have versatile, which is great. But now I would want the marking shots. And this is where, like, oh, critical burn is really, really good, but I just don't have enough points for it. So what I might do is something like this, where, okay, well, instead of critical burn, and he kind of is just setting up all my other characters most of the time. So I'll do this instead for right now, and then once I get 5 points, I'll put back on that critical burn. But yeah, this is where the game gets really fun and really craft heavy. Stupid fast. Like, interesting. Right, let's just go down.
We can use that.
Tent, excellent. And sneaky attack. Alright, so we're used to this guy throwing on shields left and right. Take out his buddy. We're gonna take out his arm, because I still don't know what that does. Now here's something funny. He's already marked, right? So the next time he takes damage, it's gonna consume that mark and deal extra damage. But what happens if we attempt... Oh, is it the other one still? Oh, that just killed my... Oh, no, it did not. There we go. All right, so he's marked. I can hit him with a marking shot to reapply the marking shot to him, which I don't know why. I think it's fun. Anyway, so he's marked. Let's go ahead and spark him. So that way when it's raining, we can just finish him off. And we haven't done ice. Oh, this game's so beautiful. But yeah, this, oh man, the game, you start just getting all these intertwining concepts. And then the Pictos being like your like a way to increase your stats, a kind of equipment, right? But that everybody can learn the passives, I don't know, man. They thought out everything in this game. Let us do guard down.
Chrome is flowing. Ice.
Beautiful. All right, Mael just maxed out augmented counter, so that means everybody in my party can now learn that. And I think
this will be useful.
We're getting to that point where we're going to go into our Lumina. And we're going to start favoriting things. So augmented attack. This is something where I want it on everybody. Augmented counter is something I want on everybody. Critical burn. It's one of those things where it's like, it does not matter who the character is. This is something I think is stupidly amazing to just put on anybody. But as you can see, like, it does depend. We do get to that point where it's like, oh, well, you know, after a free aim hit, your base damage is increased by 50%. That seems amazing. SOS Shell, that seems amazing. Like, who would you not want that on? You're right. You're absolutely right. And it's what makes this game stupidly just so good in so many ways is you go from knowing what you want, and then you get a single item, and all of a sudden your whole opinion on the whole game changes. You're just like, oh, I really wanted SOS Shell, but augmented counter, I am countering a whole lot. Or same thing too, maybe you're not using the counter system, right? You're not parrying things. Yes, then augmented counter probably is not worth the 3 points. You would much rather save up for that SOS Shell or like marking shots to do more damage. It's something I think that this game does extremely well, is it really lets you push into your play style on what you're focused on. And for me, somebody who played tons of Dark Souls and Demon Souls, having parries and counterattacks just feels amazing. How do I get up there? I don't remember. Hey, they have a horse fountain here. Aha! I was about to say, I don't remember how I get up there. And I was like, I don't remember it being difficult. Beautiful. I'm pissed. Have him defensive. So now let's engagement to lower that fire resistance, so that now fire is super effective. Victory! I can't believe I missed that parry. I don't like being a bad player. Surely. Get it? Because I'm... I 100% did not notice this. Here. It's actually
We can use that.
Well, this looks like somebody I would have fought. Full heal. Chromatic Okay, I did fight this dude. I don't remember. Well, he didn't seem to like getting his eye poked out. Off to a good start. Let's start off strong, powerful.
Let me help.
Alright, so everybody in our party now deals more damage. Let us engagement.
My sword is death.
So that now he takes full fire damage. Let's get him cooking. So that now everybody
Don't
does.
touch.
So mess it up.
I'll do it.
Okay.
I'm ready.
Party's fallen. Oh, hold on.
Legends ever.
Hold on. Revive chain.
You don't get to die yet.
survive. We've been doing so well without upgrading so many stats.
Lune, watch out!
I did it right! I swear!
We're in a terrible. That's when he lands. All right, we're probably gonna have to do this fight over again, which is
Flames on me.
put him on fire.
Okay.
Got it.
On me.
Mael has locked in. He's like, nah, man, we're not done here. We're indefensible. Let's go to virtual.
Fire. Ready to parry.
That's our first failure for this run. This is also the first fight where, okay, we definitely needed HP or defenses. With being one shot, it's finally working out. Got you, trumpet boys. Take out the eye hole.
Let me help.
Let's spill some ink.
She has a whole lot already done. Mark increases damage. Let's go into per se. Use damage. 2k. Oh. Alright, let's start. Oh, he's burning already. So let's do thermal transfer instead. Give yeah, now I remember this shit. Cool. So everybody is doing great. That's marking shot.
Take him down.
Please survive.
Down!
Big counter.
I'm ready.
So this is also where I should have absolutely. Okay, hold on. We're gonna guard down, even though he's really close to dying. We're gonna make him defenseless, so that now when we thunderfall, that wasn't his weakness, which is what I thought. However, we are fully charged up for overcharge, so
For those who come after.
stop. And no damage. Defeat a boss without taking any damage. Let's go. Oh, that feels good. So, I said this a little bit earlier. I feel like there's certain battles in this game that are set up where you will either just gain a weapon from them, or you will upgrade a weapon. So it's one of those things like you genuinely
We can use that.
want to fight everything. Energizing. You know, I actually don't know where the hell I am at right now. I'm really happy that we found that hidden boss because I completely forgot about him. Where the fuck am I? suspicious is what it is. Fast. Okay, I know exactly. Oh, okay, I'm back at the wall. Okay, cool. That actually just took me in a giant hole. Let's refresh all the enemies real fast. And then we're leveling people up. For those of you guys watching, I'm not doing a challenge run. I'm kind of just being really goofy here at the beginning because I've already done Act 1 of this game and then was like, I want to play this game where I can talk about it with other people because the game's just absolutely brilliant. So for this beginning portion, I'm just kind of goofing around to see what certain stats do. So Gustav, I'm trying to dump as many points into agility, but I am dumping points into luck because I want his crit rate up around 33%. And then Looney is our mage, so I'm doing the same thing with her. I'm giving her a whole bunch of damage here at the beginning. And then once I get her crit rate up to about 33%, I'm going to start putting points into things like her agility, her defense, and her vitality. Because that last boss was a great example where we're getting to the point where we're starting to get one shot. So I need to start dumping points into vitality. And then Mael's in the same category once we get up to that 33%. Actually, I think I said 33 luck for her, right? Yeah, I think I said 33 luck. So now that she's at 33 luck, I'm going to dump a lot more points into her vitality and defense. Because Mael has a lot of ways where she can take additional damage for the party. So because of that, I want her to be thicker and bulkier. All right, skill points for Gustav. We need 6 and we have 4. So he cannot upgrade his skills. Mael here, or not Mael, Looney here, Miss Looney Tunes. We are saving up for Crippling Tsunami at the moment. This was an ice spell that I fell in love with. So I definitely want to unlock it as quickly as possible. I hate to say this. I said I wanted to really focus on these earth spells. I'm not really finding enough value in them yet. Hopefully later we come across something that is very weak to earth. But at the moment, we've not really encountered that. So I want to unlock Crippling Tsunami. And then on my other file, I did not go down to here to Stormcaller, but this was something that was always on my radar. So I think we will go towards Stormcaller on this playthrough. I don't know. Terraquake has really good potential since it breaks everything. And then Mael, she's going to be going to the left here once she gets 4 points. So at the moment, we're at a point where everybody needs between like 6 to 4 points for like pretty much any new skill or whatnot. All right. I went on quite the detour in finding that Chrome dude. I want to make sure I explored everything up here real quick. And if we did, we'll go towards the boss and fight him. No? Trying to fight him. Don't have him just... I can't believe he never knows have a moving your mark. Your defense. Not only are you defenseless, now you're weak to fire.
Chroma is flowing.
Now that you're weak to fire. Brilliant. So for anybody watching, unfortunately, some of the combat in this game is going to be me just outsmarting my enemies so that they just never get a turn. Because we genuinely get bonus experience. We get 20% more experience if we kill them without taking any damage back. Specifically just 0 damage, as long as we take no damage. So it's going to be one of those things where if you're like, man, these enemies must be really weak. No, they're actually at level right now. It's just that my characters do not hit. That made you defenseless. Now we're going to start you.
On me! A storm is coming.
Little boy, he just burns to death. Maybe I should just test out with my gun. Put something on fire just to see how much damage it actually does. Alright, so this dude, what we're gonna do is we're gonna sweep off his shields first, then blow up these mines so that he takes the full damage popping his shield. You gonna jump down? You're just up on guard duty up there. This game is so just wonderful on the eyes. I know I play a lot of retro games where I don't care about the graphics as much as I care about the gameplay, but this game genuinely was like, oh, you like graphics and gameplay?
Finesse and grace.
That, these guys are weak to
Earth, rise.
They're not weak. Nobody. Combat. We're gonna go up here and kill this dude because I need to heal up before the boss anyways at this point. We'll do one last fight. And then we're gonna go fight the boss of this area. Boss fights are a lot. That dude in the face. All these dudes powerless. So powerless means that they do less damage to me.
Their defenses are down.
So that it really goes up. I love it that burns in this game take effect at the beginning of the target's turn, like whatever it is. Because it just feels so nice when you like leave something with like a sliver of HP, and not like the Pokemon effect where they get to attack and then take the burn damage. It's so nice to be like, nah, they're burned. Rest. Thought I just leveled up, but apparently they have more. All right, so he's at 445 speed. And yeah, she's at 30, she's at 33 luck.
Oh, she doesn't even have any points. I'm sitting here like, I'm trying to raise her up and I can't. All right, Looney's got all the damages though. She's at 203. Oh, I wonder if it takes their weapon into consideration. Maybe that's why he's so close to her. Because she has 24 points into might and he has 0. And like, he's very, very close in damage to her. And like, I'm like, he should not. I want to look at that. You have 5 points, you have 3. Wait, I want that AoE ice attack. Let's see, your weapon does 99. No, her weapon does 89, so I feel like she should be doing a lot more. All right, so here we have electric as our element. However, the base damage from Troubadim, we're going from 89 to 129. So it's a jump up of 40 damage. So we absolutely want to take advantage of that. So yeah, we're going to go up to Troubadim. Troubadim now has our first weapon passive. So the weapon passive here, even though this weapon scales with both vitality and defense, 2 stats we've not put a single point into, but free aim shots deal damage to an additional random target. So if you were going with the healer side of things, this could feel amazing, because if you're sinking a bunch of points into vitality and defense just so that she can heal the rest of your party, you would then be able to use her free shots to be like, cool. Okay. Everything else is good, weapon-wise. You're good, you just have ice element, which hopefully we haven't found anything that's resisting our elements yet, so we're good there. And then everybody's Pictos, I think, is pretty great as well. Oh, I got something and stopped paying attention. Energizing break is really, really good on our boy here. Let's see, 50% on free aim damage. That's been treating us well, but I know we're about to go up against a boss fight here. So let's put on energizing break, because if we end up breaking the boss, him gaining 3 AP on breaking the boss is just chef kiss. And then here we would have to determine if we want to take off something like staggering attack. I probably could get rid of for augmented aim, but no, it's the same stat line. So yeah, no real point. It's just a shame that the augmented attack gives us more defensive stats, which isn't bad. It's just that if I want more crit rate, I would have to give up augmented attack, which is 50% extra damage on our base attack, which so far this game has done a great job of making me want to constantly be base attacking things. Okay. Got our rusting flag, so let's go on to just like the roast beef to soup.
Watch out!
Are you
to say something.
You're right.
It only attacked when...
It's coming!
That's really annoying. So the most recent tutorial we got was we can jump to dodge certain attacks. And there it's telling us that Goblu jumps. I was waiting for the jump proc, and we never see it. Alright, first things first though. Let's eliminate shields. And we're seeing that he's resistant to my ice damage. So we know that Gustav is not going to be our main character. So let's give our ladies some power. And then he's already on fire. So we can what? Swift strike immediately into like that. And then I'm gonna call it that this big old watery boy is weak to lightning. And since he's already on fire, we don't have to
Lightning strike!
It's only this! Goblin. You don't. Bad goblin. Alright. I want to use per se. Per se is going to cost us 2. But I'm afraid of flowers. Good measure. And then per se. 2,000.
Dodge, Gustav.
Oh, I did the third one way too early. Way too early. Alright, so he's still on fire at the moment. So what I'm going to do is thermal transfer to gain some AP back with our lady. Gained a whole bunch of AP. Wait, she should have gotten a second turn. Nah, whatever. Mildly annoyed, but it is what it is. I'm going to use From Fire because we've never used it yet. So let's do some cool animation here. Oh, yeah, this is never. But we gained back a bunch of our life, and he's spending time. Whatever you think you do with your flowers, you ain't doing it here. And then she's up next.
Take him down.
Let us stay.
We do have a light stain, and he's warm. Let's do rock slide. For funsies. Yes, we'll have all 3 marks to get the benefits. Beautiful. God.
Gustav, wait! It seems peaceful. As long as we don't touch the flowers.
Yeah, let's not get too sentimental. It's still a paintress creation.
Is it though?
Putain!
We just
Damn, Maya, what was that?
It felt familiar somehow.
Gustav, we won't understand what's going on if we kill everything that moves.
Look, a red tree. The Gestural village must be ahead.
You know what Nevrons are capable of.
She'll be fine.
She'll be fine.
Something else that this game does brilliantly is the fact that as you take damage, blood shows up on your character. So it's a very clear indication of like who needs healing, or like the bloodier somebody is, the lower on health that they are. Man, this game just does so many things right. Just so many different things. So something that's interesting to me is that the Nevrons are painted enemies. So we talk about when we kill them that we're making like ink spill onto the ground instead of like blood. Something that I find very that was something I did. I'll do that on my own. Sorry, I'm going to distract myself. Mael's Nightmare. All right, we need to talk about that with someone.
Still too far.
Being out here isn't what I expected.
As expected. Hey. You okay?
Death out here's not like death in Lumiere, is it? I thought I was used to losing people. I've had a foster child, right? But not like that. On the beach. That man.
Yeah. Yeah, I know. Nevrons we were prepared for, but not. And now we've finally found other survivors, and it's... You know, that's the insidious thing about the Gommage. It's predictable, almost gentle. It makes Lumiere complacent and accepting, but... The Gommage is equally violent than death. Death is just as final.
I've been having nightmares.
Yeah, me too. Look, if death approaches, I want you to run. No, promise me. Run. Especially if we meet the man from the beach. We can't face him. You see him, you run.
Only if you do the same.
Oh, I'm running as soon as I see a strand of white hair, trust me. You won't even see me, I'm running so fast.
Oh, please, you're an old man. I can outrun you any day.
Yeah, right. There was a time when 30 was young, you know?
Sure.
The sense of humor this game has is so good. Oh, it's our boy.
Surprised to find you here.
I hope we can trust him.
Well, at least we can upgrade our Pictos.
That's true. Niall did say that this dude, she's like, yeah, he helped me upgrade my Pictos. We didn't question him. Didn't be like, hey, did he, touch you or attack you? Nope, just faceless man. Must be friends. All right, so this is where game explodes open for us. We have 3 party members, and all of these purple items that I've been constantly gaining, we now can actually spend our expedition resources at camp. So I'm going to start off on the bottom here. Our tints. So our tints are our items, right? So we have a healing tint, an energy tint. So the energy gives a character AP. And then the revive tint. We've been using the crap out of our revive tints. Unfortunately, we don't have a way to upgrade that yet. We haven't found any shape of lives, but we did find a shape of health. So let's go ahead and upgrade that. So it goes from small to now just healing. We're just now just a normal boy. Color of Lumina. So these are these little stones that we've been finding everywhere. We now can upgrade a character if we want to. So right now, like I could give everybody, we have 3 people, 9 Lumina points. So I guess we'll go ahead and do that. We give everybody 9. And then Looney's the favorite, so she gets 1 more. The other thing that the curator does here, he does offer us the ability to upgrade our weapons. Now, this is something I'm not going to really be taking part of for a little bit. And the reason why is, on my very first playthrough of this, I never felt the need to upgrade weapons. You either get weapons like frequently enough, or you kill something and it upgrades your weapon for free. So I personally really struggled with the concept of, oh, I have 1 polished chroma catalyst. Cool, if I really loved lightning, which I do, to be honest. The thing is, I just got out of the water zone. So now the lightning element is a little less appealing to me. But anyways, we could upgrade. And here we go from a power of 89 up to 120. So if you had dumped your stat points into agility and luck, and you really liked lightning, this is something that you could do to, instead of being forced to play with vitality and defense, we could upgrade weapons. But I'm good for the moment. We're just not going to bother upgrading weapons for a little bit. But yeah, we now have a way to spend our resources, which is amazing. We have some music to play at camp. Let's go. Nocturne pour un masque de tristesse. I don't know what tristesse means, but that means like a sad song for the mask of... I don't know what tristesse means. Any French speakers in the chat? Okay. So, now that we've given everybody a whole bunch of Lumina, this is where our level now doesn't matter as much. So like right now we're level 12, so that would mean we normally just have 12 Lumina. But now I'm going to hold Y to return all the Lumina we've spent so far. We now have 21 instead of 12. So absolutely amazing. Now we can really invest in things that matter the most to us. So like right now he's got exposing attack. Well, since I've given him 9 points, now I could unequip exposing attack and just use like the Lumina for it. But, you know, it's kind of a double-edged sword because, yeah. Anyways, let's set up each of our characters, and we're going to set them up to be a little bit more unique. So, augmented attack, as much as I love it, Gustav right now is our gun guy and our break guy. So I'm going to do augmented aim,
burning shots, critical burn, marking shots, and staggering attack. Now that I've gotten like all the things that I specifically want like directly for him, stuff that I think that is very, very important for him, now we're going to branch off into the other things of like, well, this is good on everybody. So we're going to give him augmented counter, and then we have enough points for dead energy and dodger. So sure. Mael is more of my defensive character at the moment. She does plenty of damage. So we want to give her critical burn because she's constantly causing things to go on fire as well. So I think it would be dumb of me not to give her this specifically. But yeah, things like SOS Shell, because she has the ability to take damage for other characters, not really just yet. But this would be something I should be keeping an eye on for her. But yeah, nothing here really is like screaming to me like, oh, she really, really needs this more than anything. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give her empowering attack. And the reason I'm giving her empowering attack is she already has a skill that applies defenseless to the enemy. So to me, empowering, giving her the buff of powerful is more valuable than her putting on defenseless on the target, which typically is what I would go for. I would almost rather the defenseless, but again, she already has that in her specific kit. So this is, to me, very easy to pay attention to. I love dead energy on a lot of characters. I don't think it's like broken. I just think it's good. So we'll give her that and dodger because these are kind of like, they're good in a lot of situations, but not necessarily amazing. And then we're going to give her burning shots just to keep up with that fire theme. And she has a lot of ways to just take advantage of burns. So we'll do that. And then Miss Looney. All right. So this is where the game gets really twisted real fast. So with Looney, what I think makes the most sense is giving her stuff that gives her a lot of this crit rate. So she's doing that already. However, if I can save the points in Illumina, right? I think that matters a whole lot. So even though here I'd be losing the 9% crit chance from dead energy, the thing is dead energy's not super critical for her. Whereas saving the points on Lumina for the passives, I think makes a lot more sense at the moment, at least. So things like SOS Shell, I think are really, really good on her because we've sunk so many points into just all of her offenses. However, what we're actually going to look for is not staggering, augmented attack. Yeah, I wanted this on her. I thought I had something else that I really liked, though. Okay, so it's exposing attack and empowering attack. So she already has empowering attack on. I'm going to give her exposing attack. And the reason that I'm going to do this is I'm going to mess everything up real fucking fast too. The reason I'm doing this is that in between her big spells, this will allow her to auto attack, and her auto attack will not only put defenseless on the target with the exposing attack, but then the empowering attack will also give her the powerful bonus. So she's getting a twofer. Now, one of the problems is now that I've taken one of those things off of Gustav here, I'm just going to throw something on him to give him some crit rate right back. One of the things is now that I've taken, I think I took either augmenting or I think I might have taken off the exposing off of him. Now that I've done that, I probably should rework all of his points here. And the reason I say that is because, well, now he doesn't have exposing or empowering or augmented. So, like, he's missing out on just so many different things here. It's fine. We're just going to fucking deal with it for right now and move on. But yeah, what I'm doing is I'm trying to give Looney a whole bunch of these things that will benefit her both as a spellcaster or that they just take up so many points. So I'm going to give her augmented counter. I'm going to give her augmented attack. And then I do really like dead energy on her, but I don't think it's really necessary at the moment. So let's give her SOS Shell. Yeah, she never uses it. I never really use her gun. It's not that it's bad on her. I save up a lot of her AP so that she can be, sure, just do that. Actually, you know what? I'd rather have burning than marking shots. Because burning gives everybody crit rate at the moment. So, for my perspective, I'd rather have the crit rate on than the single source. Yeah. This looks... Alright. We have a camp, and we have people to talk to.
Told you Gestrels were real.
You did not.
Well, I thought it.
Sure.
How did the Gestrels survive out here?
I'm not sure.
I can't wait to ask them. Gestrels.
Alright, let's write in our journal. Gustav finds a spot alone. He spends time writing in his journal. He writes about how the arm they created for him is incredibly useful against the water. He hopes that one day his apprentices will read everything he's written.
For those who come after.
Let's check up on the others.
Been a long time since I've seen you play.
A Gestral village.
Yeah. I still can't believe they exist. I mean, what other fairy tales are real?
This is ultimately a war of information. There's still too much we don't understand. Where the paintress comes from? Why she does what she does? Who is she? 70 years and we still barely know anything.
And the man on the beach. Yeah, too many unknowns. But if we take down the paintress, at least that gives future generations a chance to unravel the mystery.
You seem better than before.
Yeah. Holding it together. Shock's worn off. A bit. We can't bring anyone back. But I thought we can keep their spirit alive by pushing forward. And at least there's 3 of us now. The mission hasn't changed.
Tomorrow comes.
Tomorrow comes.
Remember the current objective. Find the Gestral Village, middle of the ancient sanctuary. Find a way to cross the sea. Go to sleep. Nice drinks. Are you ready to go outside? Alright, guys. I'm gonna take...
Did Noko tell you anything more about the village? Other than red trees everywhere?
Noko's not great with specifics.
We'll just have to think like Gestrels then.
Guys, there's only one, like, look, we spin it in a circle, and there's only one place of red trees. I think that is very specific. All right, well, I'm going to take a break for about an hour, and I'll be back on later today. I want to go outside and play with my dogs for a little bit. They've been very well behaved the entire time I've been streaming. So, guys, thank you very much for watching, but of course, until that next time, ta-ta.